Good morning. I hope you are able to hear me loud and clear. Looking to pay more attention on a chart for the day. Swings I'm checking real quick. Looks like Google is up more than 100% here. Good morning, my friend. Eventually, I'm looking to short silver. Eventually. You can cut your Google swing here. We are up 120, 125. Same thing with the silver. I'm looking to cut silver also here. Let's get that count up. I was looking at all the banks earnings, JPM. Looks like we have some calls and puts stacking upon 6975 here. 6975, I have already marked it. So we're most probably going to use that as our main baseline on a day, just theoretically. Look at probably bounce calls. If it goes lower than that, then the puts, something like that, just as a reference line, not like a very strict play here. If we jumped into AMD, it already hit our first price target. Oh, you guys are not able to see the video or something? Let's see, what about now? Is it up now? Or do you want me to restart it? Let me know. Let me know. Look at AMD flying. Yeah, I saw the bounce on this 4R, and it looks like it's already jumping up here. You could have scalped it right away. Okay, let's see. SPY, AWMQQQ. I was looking at JPM. I was also looking at Delta Airlines. JPM, Bank of New York Mellon. Be very cautious when you are. I'm a huge fan of Google. I mean, I'm absolutely 140% on the calls here on Google. These swings I'm talking about. Did we mention some BA calls yesterday in here? No? Yes? Did we? Let me see. So this was really old BA contract that I was holding. Then I added a couple more BA contracts. When was the last time? Yeah. You're talking about it last month also. BA. Those calls and everything is huge up. Let me know if you guys are starting to lose the track of swings, or I'm looking to improve on some format here. Google is up 145%. Baba is up 172%. I'm looking to cut it before I jump into any day trades here. Plus, you don't want to rush into things here. Let's see. Do we have, what is this? Two. Let's do this. Alright, we got a put signal here for now. We are already 10 minutes in. Very small 5 point gaps on 30 and 1 hour here for them to fill on upside first. I was probably heading back up there. Let's see what happens with this. 16 Jan. Oh, 16 Jan. 485 call. I'm in at 1.24 here. I showed my one of the entry here real quick with you guys. Don't let it go red. Put a stop loss at break even if you want. And this is more of a lotto on $240 contract on AMD at $46, which is more like a lotto. I am willing to lose that money. $56. AMD 16 January $240 call. This looks like half of the range that SPY wants to trade on the day. So let's keep watching what it does here. Should hit probably upside or down, whichever. All right, goodbye Google. Red candle right there. 15 red. Whoa, 30 didn't fill the gap on up, instead heading back down, probably going to fight it. All right. $1 candle. We all love that CPI data news. What news is coming? Let's see if we got some news out here. Yeah, mixed earning and flat inflation. It's a lot of things that are happening at once on a day like this. Not to be get anxious or anything. We'll still look to get our wins. Let's see, 696 puts at 140. Calls at 140. CMP 1.4. Don't get it. Okay, looks like we got a tweet from Mr. President here. Oh. Yeah, MSFT I might cut it if it goes 473. 473, yeah. Really like the OSS here, super cheap. Wait for, oh, if you guys are not in OSS, which I've been talking about, wait for this weekly chart. It's almost at overbought here on a weekly chart here. Let's see some pullback if it's possible here. I mean, eventually it's gotta move back, right? Get some pullback, find some support levels around here, and look to get in. Let's look to take some puts here. Hopefully it's not ranging in here. Okay, I'm gonna put here. Look to take a air on a retest. 5 minutes still has 2 minutes left, so that's why I'm suggesting. Look to scale out something here. Still looking for a little more downside. I'm having a hard time looking at the timings with this type of dashboard here. The remaining timings on each candle. Too much noise on this, but alright, so 4 minute. Do you guys see what it's doing here? 6972. Good job, everyone. Jumping into puts. You should be holding a put runner here. Very nice, slow move. Nothing to stress about. It's almost like a guided like a meditation going on here. 948 puts on. Looking for a little more downside here. I don't think that it has hit the reversal yet. I think a 506950 around much likely here on the downside. If you miss the entry, let it go. Wait for the next entry. I told you my action plan right before we start trading. I give you a baseline to trade from. I give you a op to enter from, a setup to validate it for you guys. This is where we entered, by the way. If you don't think that's a spot on entry and a play, we are already at 100%. Depending on how fill you got, probably 5-6% up and down. Shouldn't be a much of it. And how quick you are getting exit on the weeks here, but let's see how much more downside price action gives us. Our first trade is completed here. If you don't have a luxury of holding a runner, which is okay, you should be taking gains here, locking in the profit. I'm still holding my runners on the puts here to see how much lower it really wants to go. 15 looks to be already finishing its range. I was looking for a stronger comeback after yesterday's performance. So I say first trade, first bag on a day is a very good recovery there. Not as in a revenge trade, but just to be more focused on our day trades here. Let's look for somewhere around middle here at my cursor on the screen. 6950 would be very nice to get. I still want to see if it loses this level, how much more points, how many more points it really wants to go down. Starting to look like we have more puts stacking up. May not be a bad idea to cut one or two more contracts here. Most probably a bounce here expected. I'm looking at 15 minute. Look at how it should be ready to, looking like it's ready to reverse here. You can consider this as a double bottom and look to get out of your puts, and just if it decides to move a little further down, which is okay. I would still like a little more downside here, and I think it should give me what I want. You see how beautifully we played the puts here. Beautiful drop. Here's the beautiful, beautiful drop here. Okay, you should be into just a runner at this point. Beautiful. Now we are very close to reversal on 15 here. What price action does next will tell us a lot more for what we want to do on at least next 15, 30, 1 hour. You will soon find out what we are supposed to do here based on what price action shows us. Depends on your portfolio size. If you can give me your portfolio now size, I can let you know how much some amount of dollar you should be at least willing to put into each trade. I say keep doing what you're doing, but don't let your trades go super red. You're you don't have a luxury of having bigger stop loss. You should be on a very tight risk management. So and you should also be extremely picky about your trades that I'm taking here. You don't have to take every single reversal attempts. Just understand this one thing: catching a reversal, any type of reversal strategy that you're trying to play, in general in this world has a very less winning rate, almost around 60 to 70% win rate on a reversal strategies for day trading. So the chances of you winning 100% off that 60-70% winning strategy are even less. Something is telling me that it's still a little more downside here. We are very close to reversal also. Most probably I will be looking at IWM double bottom. Few more candles down. I'm looking to jump into some calls here. I'm also looking to sell my runners here. One more candle down and I think I'm happy with my gains on these runners also. Hopefully I'm looking at, I think I should, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking RWM calls here, cheap ones, and I'll look to add more or cut quickly if it goes against us. Even though I think I should wait for SPY to reverse and give me some type of confirmation. IWM contract seems to be extremely cheap, so that should be okay. I expect IWM to have a double bottom here. I'm just repeating myself. Do we like 150% win on a day after yesterday? First trade, first big win? Absolutely. In fact, if you are sizing your plays correctly, you are very close to your daily goal if there is any. 180% there, more than that. Let's see if it catches some type of support here at this level. I'm very happy with my gains, and price action should also reverse here. So IWM calls. I'm looking to take spy calls here also. Look for 21 and 50 scale out. Approaching first scale out target here on the calls. First target made here for the scale out. If you have a small portfolio, want to play safe, this is where you should be taking your profits. Selling my IWM here 35%. Looking for it to bounce a little bit higher here, more than 21. If your small portfolio, tight stop loss and risk management, you should be looking to scale out here once again. 55% on IWM for me. If you already took the gains, good job. I expect it to have some type of resistance here. Same thing on IWM, obviously. I like I like the gains here. I will start looking to scale out. I'm trimming my contracts as it goes up. So I'm locking in the gains, reducing the losses if there are any. Here it's 40% on SPY. Expected resistance. Looks like IWM wants to push here. I expect SPY to follow here. Almost 100% on IWM and 50% on SPY. Here is the second target for you to scale out on your calls. Yeah, I just don't like having a weak days. I like to bounce back much higher. Well, yesterday I was looking for more of a deep and rip, and I even mentioned I tried to play that, and I never got it. Then it somewhat felt like I don't know what I'm doing for a minute. Just shook off the feeling, took a day off, went out on a Monday. Needed a reset before I start catching these moves again. Going to take a quick break here. I'll be back. Okay, if you're following the setup, listening to what I'm saying, you scaled out your calls here and you scaled out your calls here on 21 and 50. So you played it safe, you locked in gains. Now we are watching what price action wants to do. If it still wants to go up higher, you should be okay if you have a small portfolio. You don't need to chase it. I also suggest you guys, if you have any questions about sizing or any other questions on execution and things like that, please make a list and send it over in a Discord over in our channel. That way we can do a probably question answer session, more of a webinar session for us, where everyone can revise on their own practices, and I can try to give you guys some suggestions that I follow. For example, one of your question was, how many contracts are you purchasing? So you have a question regarding sizing of the plays. I think you have a right idea. You are somewhat forced to buy a contract close to $100 because that's usually what the pricing is at. Uh, Maybe another suggestion to consider here is to not buy that $100 contract. In fact, buy a cheaper contract which is one or two strikes out, at least one or two strikes. That way you are able to buy more than one contract. That way you are able to practice scale in and scale out. You can also train your brain in sizing your plays based on how confident do you feel, or based on what type of strategy or setup you're trading, or based on what you feel like it will work out or not. right? Most likely something like go with your guts type of situation here. I like the hmm, actually it's a little bit risky. American Express, Capital One, Visa, MasterCard, they somewhat saw a pullback because there is a 10% interest cap on credit card companies that was proposed by Trump. I think we should let the I can see some calls that are coming in, money flow that is coming in on Visa, but I don't think we should be jumping into that right away. Your timing for the entry is going to be very crucial. I think we should let it settle a little bit, like the waves are moving. We should let it settle so we can see a clearer picture here. How we want to place some finance stocks here. I did short. I did short some financial sector companies here, mid cap. Got some wins on a puts here. It's almost like when you short something, and there's this that weird hate that you get online, that why you a bear when you a whole economy is trying to be a bull here. It's a two-way thing. Stock needs to bounce. Stock needs to have a pullback before it bounces. I mean, depends what your goal is. Depends what your goal is and how much you can afford. That how much you can afford is very very important question. And what are you trying to get out of this whole trading experience? Is it a hobby? Is it your main source of income? Do the lives depend on you? A lot of things like that. I I'm personally not liking two of the swings, XLE and XRE. Where is that? XRT. Those are the two that I'm not really liking when I was looking at them yesterday. I'll probably look to cut it. Not because I don't think they will give me good gains. I just mentally I don't really feel like I'm ready to manage those. Look at the delta flying. I mentioned delta and JPM on the day. JPM because of the earning news. So this we all saw this coming. So short at JPM there. And delta underdogs. Spice still very bearish on the day. Looks like it can head back down there. Do we have any 5 minute signal on a day? 940 it says that's January 13. 940 says puts. Uh, I would say 940 puts beautifully worked out for 5 minute strategy there. Yeah, swing trading is definitely a cheat code. If you just look at the performance here, you would actually realize that you can just push it to chat GPT and just ask them, what if I put, I mean, it has a premium amount mentioned in front of it. So that's what you are investing. You can get some idea how much on an average returns we have on a swing trading. A lot of a lot of time being greedy really bites you and pulls you back on your portfolio. You just need to realize that what does that mean being greedy? Or you need to realize that when you are being really greedy here, when you're trading anything, is it a swing, is it a day trading? Because once you start realizing being greedy, it will help you. For example, um, on swing trading, I look to scale out, look for locking in profits. But then I get greedy and I say, okay, I'm already up 500%. Can it go higher? Obviously, right? Because I want more money. I want more percentage, and everything feels like bullish to me naturally. So, still holding the runners, and eventually, what happens? Just reduce, goes back down. The problem with that is if you're new to the any trading, you already locked some profits, and then what happens with the remaining position, how you react to it really matters. You should be mentally be okay to break even on your remaining size. You're still getting your money back what you invested. It's okay if you didn't get the profit. But as a human, I still want to get more out of it because I invested into it, right? So I'm being greedy there. So how much of that I want to be? How much of greedy I want to be? Do I want my 500% swing go back to 350? Like let's do like a silver swing went back down and couple $100 just evaporated because I decided to hold it. Um, the drawback of that management is you should be able to clearly see what you want to do next on a new entry. So if I want to play silver again, that factors comes in that what am I holding right now? Because I haven't finished my first trade yet before I start next one. Same thing is happening with me on OSS. It's one of my favorite stock, super cheap, $10. Oh my god, I love that stock. I really love these cheap stocks. BBAI was one of my favorite. VBull was my favorite. CNC was my favorite. Oh, I think I was looking at CNC here, and looks like it's trying for a breakout. Does that look like to you guys? Like, does it look like it's like it had somewhat formed some type of support here on 1 hour? It most probably will. It's trying really not to go down. That's what I see. But then it can go down. So you need to have some stop loss in a place. CNC is nice. CNC gave me a really hard time last year. Basically, it dropped significantly on earning day, and I brought it one day before earning for it because I was extremely bullish on that. So since I had a terrible average and I was in it for almost 90% of my portfolio, I mean one of the portfolios, and that just really costed me a lot of money. I would never do that. Still got out safely, but I had to hold for longer. I wonder what it's doing here, SPY. So IWM did a retest here on 250 and actually bouncing up higher. Yeah, INTC is also working out very beautifully. Beautifully. I like hood calls. I'm into hood calls. $130 for $120 call. Waiting to see if we can. I'm still waiting to see what happens with my calls here on SPY. If anything, I like the downside. Good to see GP joining us. Hopefully, you're managing to stay green. I don't see any reason why Rocket RKT wouldn't pop off in next couple months. If you're not in the Rocket, you should look to get into Rocket and forget about it. Just forget about buy it and forget. Yeah. Why is LEU so expensive? I really want to play LEU, but then I don't want to throw so much money at that. People should be holding their Google calls coming months. Uh, our entry was super precise, and we got the bottom on Google channel there. Having a second thought on Apple. I'm starting to have a second thought on Apple swings that I took. I don't like how it's not really doing anything which I wanted it to do. So if you're not in Apple, I'll keep an eye out. If you see any $1 million money flow coming in, I would say look to jump in. If you have a small portfolio, you should probably focus on making more money and using that money to buy the swings or things like that. So you're actually compounding your money, not just investing. CUHR? Looks like a fake breakout area to me. I I don't know if this 5 minute signal is as per my readings because it should reject here. Mm, I don't know, 100 should be around here too. Man, I can't stop eating these chocolates. Remember, I was talking about Roblox, and I mentioned that I'm not looking to play Roblox. Instead, I want to save my money for Netflix play. Well, I did a thing. I couldn't help myself, but I got into a roadblocks there. So 618. Let me see. What? What? AFRM? Yeah, I will keep an eye out on AFRM. So 618 call. Wait, why would you sell Roblox right now? Unless you already had a better entry than me, because when I was getting into it, it's like more than 300 bucks, and then it went back to 260 265, and then again it went green, and I think I am okay. If you look at the daily chart, look for a bullish divergence on it, and in general it just feels super bullish to me. And another thing I want to show you, you definitely don't know that Kathy brought Roblox last week. If you just sold your contract on Roblox, I don't know why you would sell that. I'm gonna share that news also with you. You should look for at least $120 before you exit. 100 plus, yeah, go ahead and scale out, but 120, get out of the whole position. Why not? Just be happy with that. Here is the, I just shared with you some news how Kathy brought 169K investment on that one. We all know how they move. Um, SPY seems to be consolidating here, so I am still very unclear on which direction it really wants to move. A lot of flow on a gold yesterday, so looks like it might eventually even fly higher. Make sure you have some swings on a hood. You should get it positive. I am bullish in the long term also, and I don't think if you have a couple months long, you should be fine. Swing trades are not supposed to be a quick gains. You should be willing to hold these positions a little longer than the day trades type of situation here. That's what compounding means. Compounding is slow. Day trading is a quick money in and out. Do not sell gold contract. I don't know like how many times do I have to repeat myself. If I'm holding it, I don't know why you're selling. Unless you really need money, go ahead and cut it and use that money for whatever you need. Look to get into Roblox if you want, or wait for some next nice entry. So 5 minute call signal we had, and price action is still bouncing above. IWM seems to be going down while SPY is really holding its level here. This is the level. Crude oil futures looks to be bouncing up. Let me see if there are any big. Oh wow, GFS has 3.7 million calls. Damn. Nvidia has puts 1.7 million. That's nothing. And like I like big millions. Like 14 million on Google put seller. What? Put seller, huh? So that means it's bullish. Yeah, Google is bullish. I mean, I don't know why anybody in the world think Google giant don't know what they're doing. Google, I want to show you guys what I see in a Google and what I like about Google a lot. Let's go to Google here. You see this chart on daily? This is what the real growth of the stock looks like. Planned out growth of the stock. It it forms a support here, goes back up. It forms a support here, goes back up. Forms a support here, goes back up. I mean, is that not the best looking climb up? That's what the real company moves. That's how it moves. The company grows step by step. Companies, not all the companies just go super bullish. Um, Well developed, established businesses somewhat grows like this. Which stock I was looking at? I think I was looking at OSS and yeah, OSS looks like weird cup and handles too. But I don't know if I really want to play something like cup and handle type of patterns. I barely do that. It's however you want to look at it. Look at the OSS breaking out above. They got 1.2 million US military defense contract. So that's what I have been playing from December month. Keeping the tabs on this small. I like when the stocks are cheaper, less than $10, and then they get huge fundings. These are all agencies. Back to Google here. So if you see, this is 32 points, let's say that. This is another 31, 32 points, correct? This is another probably 30, 31, 32 points, depending on how calculating you are. So I really like when stock does that. It's a very proper leg up, helps me play my swing. So I've been doing a ladder on Google here. If you can find more stocks like this, go ahead and buy the ladders, but be very careful with that. They do eventual pullback, but not the giant like Google. Okay, enough talking for now. Costco, you can take the profits, but I would suggest, I know it's $400, but in couple months I think it will go up. Today it's red. Still we are way above our target on this swing, so I don't mind leaving a runner on that. I don't have runners on every small swing. It depends how much money I have left and what I'm selling, things like that. Look at what SPY has done so far from the market open. It has done a leg down, so we got the puts there, and it is doing a leg up, and we got the calls there. Hasn't done anything so far other than that, and we played both the ways. Looking forward to catch a next move. Need to have some strong confirmation here. For now, it seems to be climbing back up, trying to climb back up. I think most of the calls are being closed out on silver. People like there should be some type of profit taken. Did I miss something? Ooh, Tesla, that's rough. This time frame. Yeah, I would rather wait for silver to go 85 first. I'm not crazy to jump into it more. Yeah. 85, yeah. Sounds reasonable to me. Sounds very risky also. Trying to short market SLV when it's finally squeezing out all the way. Maybe you can scalp some puts here. 200 reject. You probably missed the entry already. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't take that long for that. Does it look? Yeah, I would not short it. Dude, it's all time high. Look at this. Um, Look at the tops here. Go to 1 hour. Something like that. I mean, bro. Something around that. I don't. I haven't seen anything red on it. SPY is heading back down. Okay, wow. Hopefully somebody got puts there when I mentioned, but then it's alright. I got distracted there a little bit with the SPY. Sorry, with silver. Let me see my levels real quick. So, see, when it starts doing things like this, then it's tough. But it's heading back down. Rejected 69.65 here, and it's heading back down. Don't recommend you chase inputs here. You already missed the entry. Most probably going to come back here somewhere and bounce again. Let's see where does it bounce again, so we know what to play next. Oh, looks like it's dumping. And evicted. What was that? Looks like it's dumping more. 70% on that. I think it's already done here. Down move. Wow. What was that? 6950. Look right there. 6950. We've been looking for that 6950 on these puts. We didn't chase it, to be honest, but still. And now it's doing its thing. Trying to bounce again. Get out of this. What is it doing? This is what the weird candles look like with the news coming out. Pretty much bouncing here again. Wow, I didn't see that coming. 190% on that wick. So what is it doing? Does it wants to go down? But it bounced off there right away. What kind of manipulation is that? Didn't let me exit either. But I saw it go 190% on my put that I chased. Not into any puts, by the way. Don't get into puts, it's bouncing. It already made my target on the puts if you are going to chase it. That's what I was mentioning here. If you want to play puts here, play it off this 200 reject and it will go back here. And it already did that. You just didn't get a chance to play that. If you missed it, it's okay. Huge sell order right there. That's what it looks like. It's not a manipulation, it's just a huge order. You could have jumped into some calls instead. Doesn't look like we're going to get any deep any more than that. Max 7, some of them are already green. Getting into some Tesla. I shared a Tesla trade that I took just now. RWM did a very nice double triple bottom there. Could have brought the calls on that, guys. You could have brought the calls here. So the easiest level. I don't know why nobody's paying attention on that. Good job if you got the calls there. Let's see what it does here. It's at the channel 200. Looks like a range here. Keep getting stuffed in this. And then the image seems very flatten up on 1 minute yield, so sure. I missed that obvious entry there on the IWM calls. Got distracted with this Tesla. Stupid Tesla play. It's alright. It's alright. 11:39 a.m. Looking to make more moves here on the day. Drink some water. Like Nvidia here for entry probably. What is it trying to do? Is it bouncing off on 5? We are at 50 or probably rejection here most probably. 5 minute candle about to finish. 694.35 on 1. 694.35. 694.35. Okay, so probably a rejection here most probably, or bounce. Let's see, but that can consolidate here a little longer. Looks like we got stuck here. Price action is stuck here. What is that? China launches the world's first megawatt floating wind turbine. Looks like a balloon, but that's insane how it's. I don't know if you could have taken calls there. It's too fast. I think market will keep going up here. Let's see if it retest here. Look at QQQ, blasting off, IWM doing its thing. So this 4 hour candle that I was looking at last time, it's turning green now. Is it consolidating from yesterday's levels for more going up higher? Damn. Rejecting though. For how much? I don't think it will reject up. I think it should do a leg up. I'm trying to find more entries for you guys. I would also like to play a little more size here. If it's going top of the orb, I'll back. like a little downside coming. I don't think it's going to be a huge move on the downside here yet, unless we see some strong rejection of these levels. I don't know. I don't feel like taking puts here for some reason. Most probably it's going to channel up. Where's my Alap string? For some reason I'm not able to find my Alap swing that I had. I thought I mentioned it here. I think I did it on live or something. Yeah, this looks like it's heading back up. Catching the call would have been a great idea for you to somewhat get into these calls here somewhere. Same thing on this puts. When price action rejects, you should be chasing some type of little bit of puts there also. That gave me really good percentage win there, almost 128% on those calls. And Q is already reaching for higher. Look over here. You're most probably bouncing here then. There it is. We got the dip and rip that I was looking for yesterday. Looks like bouncing off. Huh, you missed the entry on the calls, guys. If you didn't hold anything and if you didn't catch any calls here at the bottom or even 200, Just channeling up. Broke the channel already. Just heading back up. Let's see if you get the call ads on about the orb if you are not in a play. Aeroplane breaking above. Bouncing off this level here. Mm, just a small retest before it bounced back up for the calls. Yeah, I was about to upgrade my swing trade channel. ALAB XLE with green on that one. I'm just distracted with this day trading. I'm trying to focus on a day here. Calls that I chased, puts that I chased on this week, that they worked out perfectly. I'm looking to see what it's doing here. I'm also not liking Apple here. It needs to bounce instead of consolidating here. Just letting them know. Roblox is another play. Maybe calls here on a spy. I wonder what it's doing. It's trying to bounce off here cause looks like we pretty much covered all the dip here. There's no reversal on Qs yet, it's still flying. But it looks like it came to this level here. Can go a little bit higher. Same thing on IWM, just on the top of it. I think it's still got an upside to go. MSFT, that call is also green. Shit. Yeah, MSFT, I mentioned I'm putting a stop loss. It kicked me out. I got in again because it's a swing. So that's also up 35-36% here. There should be IV here. I'm not sure how much it's giving me. Most probably a double top situation on the SPY. Very small range. I'm not very thrilled about trying to play reversal on puts. Couple more seconds and I might actually take puts here. Let's see. Let me look at IWM also. I'm debating should I take this or puts here. If it goes down, I'm very close to it, but then it might be consolidating for higher. I don't like taking reversal attempts in a choppy market until it's really done finishing its move on either direction. Seems like a theme lately. Look, just when we decide to get into a trade, it's still hanging around. Chopping around, refusing to die, but also leave the level. Yeah, OSS, MSFT, you can look for Nvidia, Tesla, Roblox, bunch of swings there. Alab, I don't know. I think I mentioned Alab on live. Probably didn't forgot to mention on Swing Trade channel, but then I'm already up 60% on that. I'm looking for some dip here. I think it should dip. SPY should dip here somewhere. I like the calls based on higher time frames. 1 hour candle went green. RMM looks good for higher. I'm gonna take some calls here. Let's see what we get. And Qs also. IWM calls and spy calls. Take whatever you like. So it's testing this level here again, which we've been playing base off. But this time I'm kind of betting that market actually holds the level and goes up instead of rejecting off this level. Maybe we should have waited on calls. Maybe we should have waited for 15-minute break on a channel here first before jumping into calls, because it can still go against me. I front ran these calls and now I got a big candle. I don't like it. I'm gonna trim. $50 retest and a bounce. It will be a last chance for me on these calls. It should hold the level though. I mean, didn't do a climb all the way here for nothing, right? Yeah, it looks like 50 tap and back up. Worst case scenario, QQQ starts its move down and SPY moves more than that, but I don't see it moving, doing more than that. Let's see. 25% down on spy calls, the ones I took here. Looks like firing the orb doesn't really work out for me all the time. Should just stop firing the orbs. I'll see. Probably do a 50 tab and bounce back up, most probably. Let's see if IWM hold above here. It seems to be holding, but then there are some crazy candles on IWM so far. Back flat on IWM. Around 18% here on SPY. Let's see what it's doing. A whole bunch of consolidation before it tries to bounce back up. Stuck in a band now between two levels. Let's see if we get out. So that looks like a break on ARB here on 3 and 5. I'm suspicious on this breakdown here. 5 minute, 1 hour, looking greenish. Oh my god, firing the orb here again after two back-to-back wins. Let's see if I'm right or wrong on this particular one. You can stick to setup, look to take some puts here, which you probably already took if you are following the setup here. And if you're following me, you should be probably around 10-15% down. Firing that level now. Come on now. You already rejected once. It's time for you to bounce off now. Let's see what Q doing. Q is at 50. Damn, rejecting. Still in IWM here. IWM bouncing. SPY is not. Double top, TTF, whatever you want to call it on SPY. Cutting the SPY here. Keep the IWM. IWM is not following QQQ and SPY actually doing a 50 touch here. If you trim some contract because you're red, probably smart, but then this is your price action's last chance for it to go back higher. Split my funds here on IWM and SPY. IWM 40%. Wow, that was a divergence. We fell for it. Should have taken a puts here again on this level. I'm gonna trim some on IWM. Bleeding out. I didn't like the timing of it, how it came out, the channel divergence and the orb itself. But then looks like all the cases orb seems to be winning again. So took a minor loss there again on that trade. Probably a retest here on the channel before it bleeds back down more. Let's see if it rechecks here to take more puts on a SPY here. Second left. Yeah, that was a big 3-minute candle, to be honest. Wonder if any one of you trimmed your position when you got red. But then IWM gave me nice gain here. Look at the IWM still bouncing up higher. Right here. Still bouncing up, and QQQ and SPY doesn't want to really follow that. We are stuck in this weird patch here. Mistake is probably trying to figure out the next trade instead of sticking with my calls and taking a loss on that one. Alright, it's okay. One loss is okay. It's not a huge loss. I have a feeling that I had a feeling that this breakdown was a fake out, so I took some calls, worked out on IWM, and it's still working out on IWM here. But then over here, it looks like it's going down more. Man, I don't like these divergences. I hate that. 45% on IWM, and then we had to cut it like around 25-30% on SPY. Let's see. It's doing that channel and this 200 tab and in the ARB again. Trying to decide what it wants to do here. So what, a fake breakdown on a channel and went back up here, back to 50. So was I right? My God, call again on SPY here. I was right when I was reading through my chart. What am I doing? Why this price action faking me out? I'm still in IWM call and I entered some tiny SPY calls here on this 50. Because if my original reading was right, then it is doing what what I'm thinking it's doing. We got faked out. I thought I'm being faked out, and apparently I was right. Oh my God, what can I say now? This is like a weird manipulation, not manipulation, the weird price action here. %80 on IWM calls. SPY calls 15%, 12. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing, SPY? Why are you doing this to me? Why doesn't it move so cleanly as it used to? No. Choppy really gets me on the fake outs. Thankfully, IWM working out for me here. That is covering my SPY loss that I trimmed. Let's see if it holds or rejects here, because it's still being weird on this level, 6972. My original, what I was looking for is more of a bounce of these levels. Seems to be still resistance on that one. But a bounce would be nicer. 3 minutes says down, 5 minutes says it can go up higher, 15 says it's heading back down again. So alright, looks like I just need to take a break here. Doesn't look like price action wants to tell us what it's doing. Same thing on 3-5 here, if you ask me. This candle keeps going green and red on me on a higher time frame. It's really frustrating, and now IWM is heading back down again. And I swear if it catches a bounce here, that'll be even worse. So I got only 13, 16% on that one. It just went red again. Still holding contracts here. Out of limits bleeding now. Spy faked us out, took calls, went back down, get it, didn't go down, went back up. So faked out, faked out, back to back. That means we are just most probably just weird and trying to decide what it wants to do on a day here. Most probably that's what it looks like, cause it's consolidating, and over here it's fighting these 2 3 bands here. It would be nice if it bounces up this level here, since it did a down move, up move, consolidation, and third leg should be up instead of down. Gets weird in the middle of the day here. Probably should have taken a break or something, or didn't shouldn't have forced the entry. I don't like that. And now it's probably doing this down channel on this side. I wonder if it's breaking down. Anything can happen here. Very tight range here. Orb, level, and this strong level here. It's just very tight range. It's forming an apex here, and I'm trying to see if it breaks above it. Calls would be nice. Got a strong rejections of this level, but we also got a bounce also, so we look like we have a support too, and then there is some puts also. Just candles are crazy. I'll wait. I will hold what I have instead of doing more mistake. um Stick to my original reading calls. If it doesn't work out, I'll look for a next proper play here, but I don't have any reason to stress out. Big rejection. Something happened here. What is going on? Another sell off. What is that level again? What kind of candle is that? Kicked me out of my calls. They're really trying to mess with you guys. That one looked serious. Man, what? Alright, let's see what it's doing. Some crazy candle there. I don't know why they keep doing that. I mean, happened twice here. Kicked me out of my calls. My god. Looks like they're taking advantage of these levels. And doing some serious damage to everyone. Same thing on QQQ, right? Yeah, nasty week there. Those week doesn't count. That just sounds insane. What the hell is it doing there? They're trying to trick us. What kind of trickery is that? Scary if you are oversizing and that happens. So went back up here, formed a wedge, I had formed a apex, manipulated or sold, and then same time divergence on IWM. Now it's bleeding out, and SPY holding apex. Looks like it's trying to head back down again. The hell? It keeps doing that, but in an uptrend here. So QQQ head back down. Here's the reversal here. Once in the middle, 5 in the middle, 15 in the middle, 30 in the middle, 1 hour in the middle, daily on upside. Okay, same thing on IWM here. Looks like we got nothing burger on a day. I'm going to reduce the size of my plays. This is very suspicious price action for me. I don't know. Is it doing a like down? Like what is it doing? It's not telling me anything. Not consolidating and going down. It's just doing multiple fakes out there. Maybe we should just wait. Then it says puts on 5 and now I don't trust it anymore. Dumped calls completely. If you're green on a day, reduce your small like play size because this price action is not in your favor. Some puts here. It was holding stronger, same thing on here, and then it lost it. I'm doing the same thing here again. 693.45. 693.45. Probably a retest here on this week. They're really trying to get you. You got faked out here, here, this whole patch, this whole thing here. And now it's bleeding down. Screen on those puts here. But we didn't get a clean entry here. It should probably head up back up all the way. I want to see how much lower it really wants to go here before it starts to head back up. Looks like there was a big sell order right when we thought it will reverse. Same thing happened somewhere here. We thought it's reversing. So they faked us, and then big sell order. And then price going down. So they caught you. I'm gonna sell these puts here 40%. 42. I don't trust it because I think it can bounce up here, so I'm going to scale out here. Let's see if it catches a bounce here again. This is a weird patch. I mean, it needs to finalize its position. This worked out nicely. Should reverse back up. I don't know. It should probably head back up again here. This is what we got on the day. Bounced up, bounced back down, bounced up. This was the level. This was the level. This is where it should do, and then it should bounce back higher here, or else it's gonna chop around here. So next straight down would be somewhere around here. Still possibly looks like more downside coming here in general. Doesn't look like it can catch a bounce all the way here. Middle. Who knows what it's doing yet? Forgot to mark my entries here. Look at IWM forming a level here. It broke out that channel. You could have gone calls here. They're not following the same thing anymore. Irrelevant. Second time in a row where higher time frames divergence faked me out. I fought the orb and it didn't work out for me. Twice in a day. In a row, sorry. I'm still okay on a day. Hey, third move would have been here, double top, whatever, and probably pay some puts would have printed me. I messed up a little bit here, which is okay, and then I wanna see what it's still doing. It's still doing this, that, then it can head down. Probably should just take a break here because it's like super choppy all of a sudden. Yeah. $692.40 coming. Yeah, 692.40 very much likely if it's dipping out here. My call runners keep getting smoked because of those sale candles, these big candles here on a day. Keep coming back down. Then I think calls are good, looking good there. I shouldn't sell it. Out of here. Yeah, it's gonna dip more. 693 to a little more than that. Almost to this level here. Look at the selling order on this level. Last time we got. Then we got another selling order on this level here. I think if it comes back down to this level, we should see a little more downside. Clearly price action. There is a big orders being sold today. So this uptrend already broke here. So this channel is no longer valid. It was not valid even during this. So this is it. That upside would have been very nice. I mean, Spike could have just done a VIV, but it just never does that. I don't know why. It no longer moves how it used to move, like 1-2 months till the last 2 months. Just doesn't do that anymore. What the hell? $80 on the puts here. I'm expecting it to go all the way down here. Doesn't look like my price action wants to go higher, obviously, with those candles. Calls didn't work out, so I got in the puts there. They flipped on us. Let's see how much higher. It's probably gonna bounce and go even lower now. 90% on these puts. Silver seems to be dropping and people are buying calls on that. Just spamming calls on silver, guys. For reversal, looks like we're 3 minutes away. Okay, 100% here on SPY puts. A lot of volatility. Okay. We didn't catch the whole move, but we caught at least another bag there on the puts. Yeah, so this just in general looks like pretty much what it was. Just a lot of choppiness in these moments. That's what it is. It's not really telling me something, anything. Look for it to bleed out more. Almost at the weird zone where it can drop more now. Let's see how much lower it can really go. I'm gonna sell the runners here because we almost came to this weak level. Looks like we are like a 1 point away from reversal. Most probably 69.45. I definitely want to see the 45.65 for 69.45. Sorry, I will need to play it all the way down here instead of reversal. Anyways, lesson learned. Got faked out there. Stick to orb again. I've been saying myself, but then I find it suspicious to sometimes get into that. But clearly missed the entry here. So this arrow would have been here. It used to work out when the directions. It used to give me a direction, but now it doesn't do that. Hopefully everyone is still green on a day. So we are good, ready for reversal here again. Few more points away. So far so good. Puts, call, puts again. Let's see if the calls work out. Let's see if it catches support from down here. Big leg down. It's filling up the gap here, by the way. Remember I said it didn't really fill the gaps here before jumping into calls, but then we had to, because it's bouncing up there. That's what it's doing, most probably filling up the gaps on the downside here. And then these wicks, they keep on selling these big orders. I don't know why. It's not for us to understand it, but it's definitely doing what I'm thinking it's doing. Perhaps we don't even fill the gap then. Keep this level up high. Bounce. Risky, risky. I'll take a break. Probably double bottom, some consolidation around this level again. No? Yeah. Looks like they want to keep the bullish trend here. Let's see if it hit backs down a little bit. Very late reversal here if you're taking calls again. No, I'm not selling my put runner card. I think it should head back down to this level here, 6945, which we haven't gotten on a day. But if it does that, just know that it will break the uptrend or bullish momentum of the day. Yeah, it's already crazy here, just giving me these random wicks. Play smaller size if Trump is speaking. Hold the put runners because it's probably still going down. I didn't sell my put runners yet. So double bottom or probably more dip here before I jump into some more calls, but I'm getting some entry here on this candle here. 109 calls. I might have to reposition myself on the calls depending on how much lower it's really going. We still got some time before Trump speaks, so should be alright. We're doing fine on the day. We caught this down move, we caught this up move, and now we tried to think that it's breaking above, but which it didn't, so we got faked out on this break back down. So we got some puts there, already took more than 140 50%. Guys, I'm seriously telling you, I'm looking at this case here where the guy was absolutely balling on daily basis. Like when I say balling, he was absolutely balling on these moves. Oh my god. Every day he would post like 15,000, 30,000 wins. Day and night he was trading all these like ETFs and like crypto, and I was absolutely shocked. But the thing is, he took mentorship once and then he just kind of got super confident, and then after that all I could see is like him posting screenshots and sending all these records of him absolutely making money on every small thing. And then the guy just disappeared, so I'm assuming basically he took some money here and disappeared for a very small amount of money, like somebody disappearing from Discord and from a group for couple $100 and $1,000 is like such a insignificant amount of money for you to scam here on people who you have been talking for more than 6 months. And my I'm thinking that he's probably over leveraging. Obviously he was over leveraging. when you're like doing 100K over leverage trades and winning 15 16,000 on a trade on crypto and like all these stocks, I'm assuming he was probably extremely down on his portfolio, especially because he leveraged it, over leveraged it, and then now he has to scam everyone for even smaller money and disappear. It's just horrible. You don't need to do all that. Just stick to this regular sizing and play that. Just be safe. 'So look at what SPY is doing here. We got into some cheap calls here for now for the entry. Try to do a double deep. It's going for it. Be very careful with who you trust online. Um, don't send money. Don't send money to any scammer. I will never reach out to you guys. You already know that. The only reason I will probably reach out is when I'm responding to your messages or something that comes to my attention and I think I need to reach out and sort something out. But I would never waste my time doing all that. $50 tap coming. Nice. Scale out on your calls here. I was looking for an add on double bottom, honestly. Just never got it. I wouldn't have gotten any better entry with these price actions. I never really took add. Let's see, rejecting off 50 here. So probably heading back down if that's what it's doing. It should give one more candle and bounce above if that's. Let's see if it really fills the gap at the bottom here, 6945. Everything is great. Absolutely doing well on 0DTE here. We caught the move on the put side. Very first down move, we caught it all the way up here. And look at that. On the second green candle, this is where I got into reversal calls. Took profit on 50, still holding these runners all the way up here. I did something stupid here where I thought it's probably breaking out, but I'll tell you what, that was a very legit reading and it was trying to break out unless it gave me a fake out. So it did a fake out here. Then I decided to trim my call position because I should have taken some puts here on the ARB. I would have got a nice win here. But then got faked out again, and it decided to form this weird apex here. And I was still hoping for higher because we were testing this level again. So I wanted market to go up, which was somewhat logical thing to do. Also on higher time frames. But then during this consolidation, higher time frames changed and that fake out became clear and we bled down. So I took a call, I took puts here. So it's okay if I took a minute loss on SPY calls, but I was also into IWM calls at the same time, and IWM went back up and SPY went back down. So I just cut what I was bleeding from real quick and held my IWM, took the put gains there. Meanwhile on SPY, I took puts here. So far so good. And now I'm into calls again. Got the move down, got the move up, got the move down, got the move up. What else is there to do? Catching every single move up and down. So it's bleeding down now again. So I want to see if it's forming that weird channel before I'm trying to break out of that. It did reject, it's rejecting off that 50 here. Yeah, I mean, if someone is doing opposite of me what I'm doing, I don't think they're making money on a day. They are not having a good day here. You get in a call somewhere here. I don't know if you'll probably get like 5-6% on these candles, but probably like 10-12% here. Good luck with that. There was some mess here, by the way. There was this huge candle that came out of nowhere, so I chased it. I got a puts there. I even took a calls real quick, and I caught even more than that. So it just happens within a second. So there is no chance of me alerting or even mentioning it, because you really need to be super quick on that. Got that puts here. I was mentioning buying. Okay, hold on. So this is not it. We did more than that. This is where I mentioned the puts are with point 0 like $50. So you should look for puts here. And I got entry around here when I mentioned it. And this is where I got that move down. So I sold it around here and 190% more than that. Because I remember doing this very specifically and mentioning that. And then when it bounced back up, I got into some calls here. But just didn't really alert it, but I did play that. So squeezing more gains out of this price action as usual. My yesterday wasn't that. My yesterday was like very weak performance on a day trade. So I absolutely wanted to do the most here on a day. And I'm doing that. I'm also gonna show you the IWM play I take. Where's my IWM entry? Let me see my alert. 1206. This is where I took calls here. 1206, 1206, 1206, right here. This is where I took my calls on IWM and SPY at the same time. Look at the IWM going back up, giving me a bag, but then SPY went down instead. So I had to cut my calls there. That's the only minute loss that I took on a day. I trimmed 50% and then this candle happened. That's where it kind of kicked me out of it more than it should have. That's okay. I mean, one trade less than 25% loss. That sounds standard, so not bothered by this. This definitely put me in a green on a day. Super green. INTs is looking good. 20 February calls for $55, $200. Not bad at all. You should go for it. Let's see what it's doing here. It should come back down here and then it should look to catch a support on the rest of the day. Came back down, head back up, heading back down. Let's see what it does now. Looks like it is doing what I thought it's doing. Most probably head and shoulder thing here. Just want to see. If it goes back down, then it's going to finish its bullish momentum on a day. Basically, it will go. Maybe some gold calls for fun yellow calls, gold calls. 692, 692. Well, that's not a lot. You're not saying much. Yeah, you wanna see it's if it's going down, if it's rejecting 50, how much lower it wants to go. You wanna see that before jumping into anything. This like so this is a very prime example here. This price action here and price action did it here. You compare this thing with IWM. Like that divergence right here. I mean, look at that. This is where it's consolidating, right? Then it decided to head back down. But then look what happened. Divergence on IWM. Then if it's heading back down and we're getting a divergence here, price bounced back up here from the channel right here. But then again, we got this crazy candle on this. Look at this big, huge, crazy candle. Red one. All the way back down here. And then price decided to go back down. And it was breaking up because it was consolidating for higher right here. Because even IWM is bullish. QQQ was looking bullish. You see that? QQQ was already breaking above its regular. This was the range for the move. And over here, it was doing a tops. Like it should have been, it was ready to do another leg up. So we it faked us out. Same thing, not just 1 minute. If you look at more time frames, it should tell you that it was trying to go above. That's why I took the calls there instead of fighting the orb. Now it's just consolidating here again, so you can relax, chill. If it goes back down here, that just means price went back down to cover the gap here at the bottom. Anyone opposing me probably not having a good day. I just know that. I mean, you will get your exits, don't get me wrong, but I don't think you will get more than 100% on your trades if you're opposing me. We are very much aligned with the price action on a day here, other than this really weird moment here. Tomorrow we have a earning, so I wouldn't suggest anyone to risk anything on TSM. INTC call I took was $200. Fancy, fancy. 2.0. So it's not really. See what you feel like it. I'm just playing with my Intel profit. Again, took profit, took that 200, put that back into some breakout attempt here. Hopefully it breaks out. Mm. Hmm. I'm thinking 425 for next week here. Nvidia January 16. I'm taking air. Already hit 100% on that one. Why can't I find my swings here anymore? That is weird. That XLE play, which is already plus. You should be green on that XLE play there. I had Nvidia. I mentioned this Nvidia 116, $200 and $220. I remember specifically mentioning that. I'm trying to find it. 220. When was that? Oh, right here. Jump to this. Reply. Add. Already up 100%. 425 call for gold. You can take that. I will take this one. I already took this one. I'm into 426 at 490 for 123. You can take cheap ones. 425. Let me tell you time frame also on that. Probably March 1. That should be affordable. Okay. A lot of things to manage here at once. What else? XLE, you can cut the XLE. It's not my favorite swing. Nope, you didn't miss anything. I'm just updating my swings plays here. Where's the XLE? Come here, XLE. Feel free to take a profit on this. Reply 30% plus. Feel free to cut. I am on a 1000% on futures, not sales options in the market. That is true. I'm just in the calls here on the SPY, just holding it. You see my entry here, the big arrow. No double top for you. No double bottom for you, sorry. In fact, it's just going up now. So I couldn't take an ad on this. Let's see what it does here on 200. That 200 aligns very well with 6963 here. Just need one more candle. Just need one more green candle here. And this green candle here. Is this not enough winning for you guys? One 135. Somebody's thinking of selling puts here. Okay, so somebody's in a calls basically. Okay, you good. I mean, you can just stop guessing, come and join me in this chat and talk about why I'm taking calls and puts and what do you think about it and stuff like that. But if you're predicting it yourself, maybe that's a good thing for you. Because if you're taking calls here, do you even know how much higher it's going? You already played the reversal. You already taken profits here. Gotta time it, guys. Gotta time the entries. So price action covered this price action here on this week, and then price action came to this week here, covered those gaps. Because price action happened and you never really filled out those calls, sell and buy its orders. So price action is here hanging around. Beautifully worked out. Big freaking gains here on a SPY on a day, guys. If you took a loss here on a calls, I mean, that shouldn't really put you in a red, right? Because you still played these moves, which are big moves. They are not 20-30% we're talking about. We're talking about 100% plus move on every single day. Absolutely big gains here. This one 25% loss should not freak you out on your day's reading or chart reading. If it doesn't work out for you, that means it's great. It validates what you are reading. You were thinking it's gonna break out, and look what happened. It went against us. That way I know it's not doing another leg up. That's why I know it's not maintaining super trend or another leg up here. It's heading back down. Because I know that, what did I do? I went back to US 500. I looked for a level. If it's heading back down, how much lower it can go back down? And what did I say? I said it's gonna look for this week, this level here, and eventually it will probably look to fill out on this small gap here. So I said it's going for this gap because we never hit that. And price action went up here. Now it decide. This is where another decision point came for me, right here. So what did I do? I didn't just buy 100% of my position. I said I'm gonna get into a calls, and if it decides to do a double bottom and head back down here to this level, I will take a ad. If it doesn't do that, that's fine. I'm still catching the move. I'm still making some money there. So no regrets. And you're at least playing everything you can possibly can. Yeah, I'm in the calls now. I'm still holding them. I don't have any reason to sell it, right? The only thing that it can probably do is head back all the way down and my call will break even. Just wanna see what it's doing here. It's into this weird zone here again, so it can head back down to this level here, or it can just bounce right off. It's just chopping around in its move, whichever direction it wants to go. It's definitely going upward, you know that much, right? It's still upward. IWM runner 100% here. Not at all. Why would you worry about time decay when you are catching more than 100% move here? Like, what's the worst gonna happen? Yeah, I mean, you should know, like, okay, Theta does eat your gains. But then if a move is not going in your direction, you have to worry because price action moving sideways. This is not moving sideways. Price action is actually moving the premium here at this point. Does anyone like UNH here? UNH call for $345 should be very cheap. But then if it loses that trend line, I will probably cut it. Mm, yeah, but then I mean, time decay. What are you gonna do about it? Like, what is it in your hand to do? There's nothing you can do. Your best bet is to take a shot and make to look some money out of it. That's why you're trying to take a trade. So if you take a call here, if it's chopping around, yes, Thera is gonna kill your gains, but then if you're not going red and you're still green, you will get out green. There is still a profit. A profit is a profit. Just because you think it's choppy and Thera is gonna kill your gain here on this doesn't make sense. Actually, these spy calls are going nowhere now that I'm looking at it. 1:45 p.m. Huh? It's holding that. Mm, what happens if it decides to go lower? It will go back down here, probably even on this level. I'm not worried. I want to see how this works out. Let's see. Some weird momentum, but then I'll hold. Oh yeah, it's speaking in 15 minutes. Did you guys check out UMAC and RCAT? The drone names that I've been talking about. They're pumping. Oh, I didn't update my day trade channel here. SPY puts 154%. Come on, guys. This is what the comeback should look like, right? Let's see how much that runner goes down. But I took my 155% cut, so I'm gonna mention that here. 154.29 to be precise. And then for this right here, reply SPY 25%. I cut it on 25%, so I'm gonna say SPY hit stop loss. And IWM looks like I got 81.67, so I got 81% on that. Freaking a SPY, man, like this SPY could have just bounced all the way up here top of this orb and I could have gotten another bag. I don't know why, it's just so stupid price action lately. Hit that shit. 109 calls. Let me see, how much did I get on that? I chased it, huh? Yeah, I chased these calls and I'm still holding, so nothing for that. What did I miss? Oh, 10:29 spy calls, the ones I took here morning. Oh, a lot more happen after that. Bro, I got 170% on those puts. What am I doing? 170% here on those puts here on the first trade. Let's see. RWM calls and spy calls after that. 1037. RWM gave me 110% there. 72, 78, 75. Cool. This is what it should look like on a day trade. 109%. Gonna call it 110. I don't think anybody cares there. And this one gave me 75%. And then I cut the rest of them at 37.31. But hold on, 75. Oh, I took a calls also here. Forgot about them. These calls I chased, they're probably here on that week. Actually, you know what? I might have got an entry on this week for the calls, because it gave me more than 100% on this call. So I'm gonna just call that one. 1127 calls. That got me 128%. Boom. I'm missing something. Let me check my history. Looks like I got puts here. Oh, never mind. These puts right here that I'm talking about, that I got lucky on that. That was 693 for 50 cent, $53. I don't know how much I got on that. I'll check later. Yeah, the spy calls died off really fast. Give me only 15-20%. I trimmed it, but then rest of them kind of went red, so I'm trimmed it again. Actually, they went super red for me. Let's see. Let's mark it. What will make me feel better here? I think we should see this here. That's what I'm looking for now. Anyone worse, to be honest. Let's let it bleed. Come on. If it goes down, that will make me feel a lot better. Imagine the price action coming to this exact support line and catching a bounce here and goes all the way back up here. Just imagine that. Ooh. That is not, that would be ideal, but if you think about it, this is more like a head and shoulder pattern. This is what it's doing. This is head. This is just doing a shoulder here. I mean, this last thing doesn't need to happen, but that's what I see so far. What chart is this? What the hell? GTA 6 coming out for Take Two Interactive Software. I need to see when did I play that last time here. What is it doing? Okay. Let me go back to Spy here, and I want to see GTWO. When did I play it last time? Did I even trade this last time? Oh, I did. Probably in March. Looks like March, April is. There's a nice flow on this. It just keeps pumping. Wow. Need to start paying attention to some gaming companies in here too. Software companies, nice. TTWO, you can look to do some puts here. Solid pullback zone there. I don't see why it shouldn't. Well, you mentioned something in the chat earlier. What did you say? 692.14. Here we come. Come on, come on. Get it down. Get down here. This is gonna bleed out. This is most probably doing this baby H pattern. Something with the Tesla, no matter how much I try, I never get accurate entries on that. I always end up taking more contracts, eventually do a DC on that. So hard with the Tesla. Why is it catching bounce here again and again? What a beautiful head and shoulder on a day here. Not gonna rush into any plays in here. Let's see if it comes down all the way. Look to start trading best on 3 minute instead of 1. It's gonna help you a lot. There's no way you can go wrong with 3 minute or at least 2 minute chart. 3 minute is the best. Looks like 69.50 is too strong. Doesn't want to die. I want to do small contracts here again. I take it if it decides to go without me. I really want this 69.49 touch here before I jump into some calls, but doesn't look like it's giving us that. And if this is a 5 minute head and shoulder pattern, 69.58 at least. Another red candle here. Just wait for it to do its move and then get into some trade. Just wait and see what happens. Just realize Trump is probably speaking right now. Yeah, I'm calling it a day on streaming for Twitch and